Okay.
They can hear us. Hello, Jetstream. Happy Sunday. How are you today? At least it wasn't until Kohler got hit by a Toyota. Well, I think
Who's
if any
Ota?
car should have hit him, there's no more honorable way to go. Anyways, how you doing, dude? Hope you're having a good day. We're just getting started here, so don't expect much for the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Did you call your mom just stream?
I'm sorry? Just say.
Oh,
Okay. Hey, Mark. Happy Sunday.
did you call your mom jet stream?
I said, did you call your mom?
Yeah.
I don't get the joke, but okay.
You know what today is?
Oh, right, it's Mother's Day. Okay, right. For the record, I did call my mom. I just forgot.
Good.
It was Mother's Day the moment I finished.
Fair.
Oh, she was pretty happy, though.
Nice. Hmm. Oh yeah, I need to pop out chat.
Yep.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh, come on. Why is he doing this again?
YouTube?
Yeah, well, I mean, not YouTube, but the browser.
You use
It does this.
Vivaldi, right?
Yeah, it does this weird behavior where if I try to pop something out of pop out YouTube specifically for chat, it'll make a new window with nothing in it, but then hide the actual window somewhere in my tab stack.
That is
I don't
very
know why it does
weird.
that. Mm-hmm.
That's very weird, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me.
Best theme, yes, it's a good theme. It's a very catchy theme, I feel. Oh, yeah. Don't know if I beatbox to it, but then again, I can't beatbox. Regardless, how are you today, Capitan Peru? Happy Sunday.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, it's probably not the Trinity brightness. So yeah, it might be an EP after all. Like, don't know if it's the GM one or one of the patches, in the program bank. But you're making good progress with that. So good work, dude.
You're a shrimp. So shrimp salad.
Those things are really annoying in 03. They always found just the right time to pop out. I wonder if, well, I ask if they actually taste like shrimp, but then I remember they're made of steel. Probably wouldn't stop Fafnir, though.
Probably not. I mean, metal isn't the only thing they're made out of. So, like, something inside of it must be edible. And that could be shrimp flavored.
Do you think making it shrimp flavored is part of the manufacturing process?
Has to be.
Well, I ain't eating one.
I would if I could, just to try.
You think it'd have taken some time off to go to New Arcadia?
In like 102 years, yeah. Yeah.
Well, time to go. Time to take a nap.
I'll go to Disney and freeze myself.
Oh God. I forgot about that whole, let's call it a theory. Yeah, yeah, they're like military mechanoloids. Pretty sure, anyways. Oh, what the hell? Where'd my...
It's hard to tell, like, what... I mean, they always all fight against the player, right? But it's hard to tell, like, what is or is not ran by Neo Arcadia.
Are you trying to insinuate that those shrimp pulling are Maverick?
Maybe. Maverick shrimp? Let's go. I mean, that's at least what the rats are in Z1. Just pests. And then the spiders. Spooters.
It's funny to imagine that it could very well be a world where real rats are extinct, so they made new ones to continue to annoy people. They made robot ones to imitate all the things we hate about our world. Or our time.
Oh no. Mosquitoes have gone extinct. Let's make a robot mosquito.
They made robot bees. They might as well. And they apparently they're packing explosives. They just kamikaze into you. I mean, who does that?
Who designs it that way?
Exactly. Like,
monsters.
Whose idea was that? And were they getting paid enough?
I blame X.
Which one?
The real one.
Do you think he was just at a investor meeting and somebody brought this up? He's like, yes, do it. 5 million E-crystals into your bank account right now.
I don't care how you do it, just get it done. The birds keep eating the bees. Make them explode. As for animal appearances, unsure. Like, it's very strange how few characters have humanoid appearances as far as bosses go. But the rest are very clearly some sort of creature, animal, plant, or otherwise flora or fauna inspiration.
People of
It's
that era were really
strange.
fascinated with animals, I guess.
I suppose too. Uh, I guess Mikhail was a furry.
I knew you were gonna say that. It's not just Mikhail. What are you talking? It's
Yeah.
unless it is he X7 Mikhail or Mega Man Classic Mikhail? Or give me Kozak. Give me Dr. Cossack.
Cossack. My bad.
Oh wait,
My
no,
bad.
no, wait. Dr. Kane. Wow, I am drawing a blank today. Not in Stock Cossack.
My
it's
brain is
Kane.
too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Cossack also made other robots too. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're talking about the
Kane-
Mega Man X era, though, right? Not the Robo Masters of the Classic series. Unless I misunderstand.
Yeah. Strokes are strokes are contagious. Yeah, Kane must be a furry. That's why Mavericks came to existence to begin with. X was like, this is how we do it, and Kane was just like, I want to change it a little bit. A little bit more. A little more.
Uh-huh.
All the operators look like normal humans. All the pilots look normal. The commanders look normal, but everybody else is a creature of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
I have to wonder if it was like some sort of... We don't want them to look too human agenda. From the people who made them, at least. I mean, yeah, there's a number of designs that are quite nice. Some of them are just goofy, though. Overdrive ostrich? Come on.
I'd like to know who named them.
I like to think they named themselves.
But what? Well, Did they think those names were cool?
I think so.
So you're saying that Tidal Moakeen personally named himself Duff McWhalen?
Absolutely.
Was he a fan of Guns N' Roses?
I mean, at least in this timeline, he would be the member of Guns N' Roses, right?
What do you mean?
Well,
I
'cause they
say
wouldn't exist in
Guns
this
N'
timeline.
Roses doesn't exist in the Mega Man timeline?
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, robots existed, so...
Because of that, a band cannot exist?
Yeah.
From the 90s?
Yeah.
Even though the games take place in 20XX?
Yeah, I mean...
Are you assuming that our history didn't take place in their world?
For the most part, yeah.
Is this a world where World War II did not happen?
Possibly. It's hard to say.
Very well then.
Yeah, World War II didn't happen.
Oh yeah?
Thinking about it. The entire nuclear situation wouldn't have happened at all.
What gives you that
Nuclear
impression?
power doesn't exist.
Do we know that for a fact?
We can't prove it, but there's nothing that I remember that insinuates that there is nuclear power at all in the Mega Man series.
What if that's simply because they have better options?
I mean, they do, Energon. But I think it's from a... I think it's from a perspective where there is no beta decay for those materials. They are stable. So they can't make nuclear fusion or fission because they're just stable.
Okay, you're imagining a universe where the laws that govern that universe are different from ours. Interesting.
Protoman's core. Oh, that's a good
I'm
point.
sure Storm would love this conversation if you were here.
I need to check the Japanese on that.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah. Hi. I need to see if that's actually an accurate translation or if that was an American thing.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm actually not sure. The variable weapon system is curious. It's
Yeah,
it's hard to know for sure how it functions.
you gotta consider he's copying weapons that aren't even from his era. It's future proofed.
And also, like, it adjusts itself sometimes. Like, he doesn't always get a weapon that the boss uses, but like an approximation of their abilities. It's very strange. Super fighting robot.
And then you got Wily inventing a time machine in that one game. And using it for just the pettiest stuff ever.
I'm gonna go kidnap my rival.
There's so much more you could do with that. I mean, jeez. I don't know.
Okay,
it's kind of goofy.
The Legacy Collection changed the core of Proto Man to say energy device. So that might have been just an American thing and not a Mega Man thing.
I will be right back.
Energy power unit. Yeah, okay, so nuclear energy does not exist as far as Proto Man is concerned. That was just an American thing. It might be based off Reploid DNA, but the problem with that is that Proto Man and Mega Man Classic also have this tool that uses it. And this is before DNA souls were a thing. So while it could use DNA souls, its base function doesn't have to rely on that. Yeah. Maverick Hunter X is where nuclear energy exists, strictly because Kane got nuked. It's like that's the one exception. I've actually done a lot of studies on the Battle Network world map, and most of it is fine to an extent. There's a few issues. Like one of them is that it places in city really close to AC/DC, but if you've played the Battle Network with you know how like there's a waterfall area and you have to stop the bomb threat at the dam. I forget which game it was from, as well, from like 1 or 2. Can't remember which one it was. Either way, that's a real place, and that place should be northwest of AC/DC. And then if you keep on going west past that, that's where in city should be. But as far as the rest of the world map, in most of the places, it's pretty accurate as far as what Japan requires and what the games actually show for the world map. Now the rest of the planet, that's a little weird because they like fuse continents together and at times blatant racism, but I mean,
I remember that part.
it's time. You don't?
No?
Oh, you should play BN4 and BN2.
Yeah,
There's a lot of it.
you know I don't play a lot of Battle Network.
Yeah,
I feel like Lucy would know more on this, frankly.
it's very much a product of a lot of stereotypes. A lot.
For a second, I was gonna say it's time. They're like, what, the mid 2000s?
Yeah, I mean early 2000s plus people who didn't visit those countries.
I mean, I'd have to see it to understand it, but I'm gonna assume it's just a case of them not knowing better.
A little bit. Some of it's very clearly them poking fun, though.
I duly noted.
He's gonna suck on your mama's milk, boy.
Is that an actual line from Battle Network?
Yes.
All I know is about the one with the squirrel.
Well, Jack and your squirrel, that's what it takes. How did they get electricity? I presume other means. Hydroelectric, geothermal, of course solar and windmills, but also energon crystals. They have ways to have certain crystals form energy through some sort of reaction that's not exactly explained. And then once we get to the Z series, CL's using the exact same material that was used in the Classic series and the X series to make energy, but does it in a way that it's stable and it constantly releases energy. That's what she calls the CL system. There's other materials too that also give off energy, but a lot of them are kind of one and done references. Energon crystals are the only ones actually consistent. Yeah. Thanks, Storm Eagle. Yeah, I don't think there's any nuclear-oriented Mavericks in MMX. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident. Super fighting robot. Control F.
No, I did that wrong way. There.
Hmm. Ooh. So the nuclear core does exist in Mega Man Powered Up still. So it looks like in the remake versions of the games, nuclear energy does exist. So Powered Up and Maverick Hunter X nukes both exist.
Curious.
But in the original series, aside from the American translation, they don't. Odd. The question is, does nuclear power exist in Battle Network? We know radiation exists in Battle Network. So, like, one of the weird things about Battle Network is, I'm pretty sure the entire series is in a simulation.
Oh boy. Okay.
And this sounds weird, but, Battle Network 2, specifically, whenever there's radiation present, instead of, like, cooking somebody, what instead happens is that the digital realm interferes with and overlaps with reality. And like, well, alright, but if matter cannot create or destroy itself, how is this happening between a computer's internet and reality? And so my only thought process is, well, okay, if everything is a simulation, in this particular instance of the world, then something that breaks the rules like that is plausible. If there was never the intention for radiation to exist at all, then it could just be the programmer of the simulation didn't expect that, and that's why it's jank. And to be clear, the radiation is coming from inside of a computer server on the network, because they're cooking up a program with bugs that there's so many bugs in it that it makes the servers go radioactive in real life. Battle Network is so funky. Right? Demon Dual Core. Hmm.
I need to upload a newer version of this song at some point. It's been gone a few iterations.
Have you end?
ZX Resurrection. That's it.
No, you have to say it with the inflection.
Alright, how would you say it?
Resurrection.
Okay.
You need to watch Bleach one of these days.
Dub or sub?
Both.
Ja, indeed. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Looks like they're holding hands. Hmm.
Yeah, it's basically that. Yeah, the difference between wave technology is like it's isolated on the individual person, with a few exceptions. It's partially foreshadowing, but how wave technology works is also not exactly explained correctly. Like, they play it off of AM, FM, and all that jazz. But like, also, as an when your wave change, sometimes people can't see you, and then sometimes they can see you. It's really inconsistent. With BN2, all of it was in reality. And we also have to think about Battle Network Force. Solnet. We also have to think about Solnet in collaboration with that. Because that was a metaphysical overlay on reality as well. And how that actually operates is strange too. Then you have the concept of digitizing souls because of Nebula Gray.
You know, I only got to see the pilot of the Star Force anime as a kid. I don't think they ever showed any of the other episodes on, it was either Toonami or Cartoon Network at the time, I think.
I see. I never watched the anime for Star Force or anything past what was available on the American networks, as far as that network goes. They did show off the entire series not that long ago, but I was not able to catch the entire thing. I only saw some part of it.
had the same issue for me with the Battle Network anime. It rarely aired. So I thought it was very disjointed at the time. Just all I remember was there was an episode with Bubble Man.
There's a couple episodes of Bubble Man. He's a recurring character.
I could have sworn, and I could be misremembering because this was like 15 years ago, but he says, he or his operator says the line, or no, Lance says something to the effect of, the bad guys always lose. Or something like that.
I don't remember that, but I wouldn't put it past him. It was very cheesy. No, he's talking about the Battle Network anime. He didn't watch the Star Force anime. I see. I mean, sub over dub anyways, in most cases.
I think the Death Note dub is great. I think the Full Metal Alchemist dub is great, Johnny.
In most cases.
I think the Dragon Ball dub is great.
That one's a good point. I can't watch the Japanese version of Dragon Ball.
Yeah, just having Goku, Gohan, and Goten all voiced by the same individual who... It's not a very masculine voice, because it is being voiced by a woman. It throws me off.
No Sabat. That's the problem.
That's true. I mean, he's pretty good. I could be misremembering, but I think in the 1995 dubbed Ghost in the Shell, he played a character. Or no, sorry, I take that back. It was the Ghost in the Shell TV show from 2014.
Curious. Yeah, the way battle tips work in general is strange. Cause like in the games, you can find a battle chip on the net, and then magically it's in Land's hand in real life. How? I don't know.
3D printer?
And then maybe. And then in the anime, the pet eats chips, so you just shove a chip in it and it eats it, and then it spits it out magically, and it's like drained of everything.
It's weird because it's supposed to be all digital, so hypothetically you just duplicate anything.
Yeah. Zero can no longer return. I mean, his original body got blown up.
Well, define original body because he had several.
Yeah, true.
I mean, he blew himself up to hit X1 to mildly annoy Bile.
Like, the only thing that remained from Zero was his part of his chest. What was it? His arm, his chest, and his head, right?
I
4X2?
believe so. It's been a hot minute though, don't quote me on that.
Z heart, Z bind, Z head, I think. The rest of his body got blown up, and so he got remade in version 2.0, which was somehow already made in Power Fighters, despite the fact that that was the second version of Zero.
Great game, by the way.
Yeah. And then that body got blown up. He lost his arm in X5. And so now the only thing that's original left of him is his head and his heart. And then the Zero Seas happens, and he loses his head because now Omega has it. The only thing that's left with him is his heart now. And technically everything that was replaced by Omega, sorry, everything that was replaced by Zero over the time is what Omega ends up with. The only thing that Omega had left that was originally Zero's was his head. That's weird to think about.
Mega Man X Breakpoint. I'm not sure if I've seen that fan game. Although probably if I saw footage I'd remember. Hold on.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, there's just so many projects these days, sometimes it's hard to keep up.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't recognize this one. But hey, that's pretty cool. Nice to know there's another project out there.
This one has the Gaia armor. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if they're gonna fix it.
Oh no.
I hope so.
I'm just kidding. Mega Man X Isolation. I'm not sure if I've seen that one either.
That one I have seen before.
You know, I mean, honestly, I don't really follow Mega Man X that much. It's just, and I follow Mega Man Classic fan games basically not at all. It's just comes down to my tastes.
There's way too many classic fan games.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like at least 1,000 at this point.
that's a scary number.
As far as I know, II is still ongoing.
Yeah, we have seen Mega Man Zero Shura. We have talked to the developer. He sometimes watches these live streams. Looks like a promising project. I know it's like in the really early stages right now, though. Like pre-alpha. So it's definitely gonna, take some time.
Gamma.
That's okay. Also, hello, Darn. How you doing today?
Hi.
I believe Innocent Impulse is still in development, yes. I don't know if... I know they released a demo like a year ago, I think. Right, or maybe longer, but... it's not a project I've been keeping up with. I don't know what the latest is. I think it's still ongoing.
Yeah, it looks that way.
It's another promising project for sure.
This game is not as old as Corrupted, but we are pretty old.
We are a little over 10 years old. Corrupted is... The earliest material from Corrupted I've seen is from 2009, so...
They're almost at 20.
16?
Yeah.
Or wait, am I doing the math right? Yeah, 16 years old.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, the three oldest projects are Corrupted, followed by Chrono X, followed by us.
Does that make us elder fan games?
We are. The big
Does
three.
that make us boomer fan games?
No.
And also, Darn, I'm working on a background slash tiles for an area. Started with a 3D model, then gonna paint over it.
We're old.
I mean, look at me, man. I'm getting old.
Mm-hmm.
I used to use dial-up. Now nobody knows what that is anymore.
My wizard beard is coming through. Look, a floppy. You mean a save icon?
Exactly.
Uh,
Oh yeah, like the footage, the latest footage of Corrupted does look pretty good.
I still have not seen it.
I don't recall when it took place. Corrupted, that is. Do Star Wars fans even like Star Wars? That is a loaded question, my friend. I mean, it depends on the fan, I think, because some people actually like it, some people are very hardcore, and some people love to hate it. Especially when it comes to the sequels. Me personally, I've seen the movies, they're okay, I don't really care beyond that.
There's a lot of classifications. There's people who grew up with the original series, who read all the extended lore and whatnot, and then when the sequel series came out, sorry, the prequel series came out, they watched that and they hated it. Then there was those that did all of that, watched the prequel series, enjoyed it, and kept up with the original lore as well. Then there's the ones who came in with the prequel series and had to watch the older series. And most of them didn't read the extended lore stuff, but a lot of them played the video games. And then there's the Disney fans who watched the sequel series.
Like, I thought the prequels were okay, though personally I feel like Phantom Menace was the weakest. They all have their issues. Like, Mr. Luke is not the best when it comes to writing. Some of the dialogue is kind of cheesy. Some things just outright don't make sense when you think about them. Sometimes he tries to rhyme with the original 3, even when it doesn't make sense. You know, like, for example, Anakin Skywalker in Revenge of the Sith talking about how, from his perspective, the Jedi are evil. After he just slaughtered a bunch of younglings, just makes no sense whatsoever. I mean, you could argue that he's delusional, but still.
Drank all the Kool-Aid.
I'd like to give Anakin a little bit more credit than to just say, oh, he's just dumb. You know? A little more respect than that, you know? I think what I could do for the ceiling for this area. Usually the ceiling you don't have a lot to work with on the top face, so maybe I'll just stick to pretty detail on the cross section.
Well, you have these pipes, right?
Yeah.
What's in these pipes?
You don't want to know.
Okay. Is it a liquid?
It could be.
Okay. Have you ever seen like an open case distro water block for PCs?
I have never seen that in my life.
Okay. Give me a second. Okay, check this out.
Okay.
Alright. So the thought process is you have these pipes that are going into stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could have channels in the ceiling that run through stuff in patterns that are, you know, reminiscent of the 0ZX design with the diagonals and whatnot.
To be clear,
With
are you
holes
saying
in-
that the ceiling would show pipes in it?
No, like one of these could be in the ceiling, taking over part of the ceiling, and the pipes are plugged into it.
Hmm.
And then whatever you have that's flowing around in there can flow through that too.
You're talking about the little square bracket thing with 4 screws, right?
I mean, it doesn't have to be square, but yeah.
Hmm. Maybe. Perhaps.
Okay.
Possibly.
Worst case scenario, you could just design like the block up there with the channels and then keep it opaque. But the intention of there being that stuff there would be fine.
Hmm. Darn, do you have a favorite monster in Star Wars? I mean, I will say Duel of the Fates is a fantastic song. Star Wars movies aside, I love that song so much. It lives rent-free in my head.
This is how it ends.
I heard that.
I mean, it's a one-note difference.
I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. Anakin was twisted. He was fearful, but he was also a broken individual to begin with. Where he came from, his desperate survival instinct, if he had just gotten left on that planet and continued to be a pod racer, he would have lived a much better life. But because he was pulled away and told he was a chosen one, his entire worldview got twisted. He was a slave. It's Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan just wasn't capable of teaching him. As great as Obi-Wan was, he needed Qui-Gon. Without Qui-Gon, it was very difficult for Anakin to not turn out the way he did. Just yeah. Any upcoming movies? There was one I forgot already. It's supposed to come out like next year. I forgot what it was already. We discovered it like last week, I think.
There's just one thing I need to say. Han shot first.
And then Greedo shot first, and then Han shot first again, and then they both shot at the same time, and now Han shot first again. You don't know about that, Darn? Every time they re-release the original movies, they keep on changing that particular scene. Yeah, pretty much. Extreme, pretty much. Oh, you said Han shot first. Yeah. Hunchback first? Yes, Hunchback first.
I can't tell if he legitimately is mishearing you or just messing with us.
He might be just messing with me, but...
At least he typed it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's an opera. It's not supposed to be a kid's story.
Oh yeah, it is kind of a space opera, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, children, you can bring children to the opera house, but it's a show for adults. That's the intention.
Darn, have you never seen A New Hope?
They're not kids' films.
Mr. Lucas would disagree.
Eh.
It's so the thing I find funny is like you got all these Darth Jar Jar theories, and this theory that this idea that George Lucas intended Jar Jar to be a Sith until the Fat Man got the backlash it did over Jar Jar, so he changed it. But the funny thing is, like in interviews, he basically says that the whole point of Jar Jar was he wanted a character like Goofy. Disney's Goofy.
Strange.
Don't worry about it, Darn.
I mean, people get cut in half.
It's not that graphic, though.
A kid lasers open a creature to sleep inside of it to survive the winter.
Okay, that part was pretty graphic. But usually when they cut off somebody's hand, it's just there's no blood. It's a clean cut. It cauterized it in the same motion.
Yeah.
It hurts a little bit, but they'll walk it off and get a robot arm.
A little bit. That's fair, Storm. And no, Darn, I'm completely sworn off all Disney. Like, I'm not touching anything Disney.
Apparently Thunderbolts is actually pretty decent. I'm not gonna watch it anyways. Yeah. I don't really care. Endgame, as far as I'm concerned, is the end of the MCU. Like, it feels like an actual conclusion. Everything else is just complete the side quest after you beat the game. It has that vibe.
Post-game quest, let's go.
Especially if you look at TV shows they did, they have that vibe. It's like, why am I here? Just to suffer?
Blacklist was like that.
Which one was that?
That's the one with the bald guy from that One Office
Oh,
episode.
okay, that one.
But
Okay, for a
he's
second I thought there was a Marvel movie called Blacklist. I'm like, you're talking about
no,
the
no, no.
one with Ultron's voice actor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that guy. I watched like the first few seasons and I got bored. It felt like just villain of the week, typical cop, serial, cop drama type stuff that you see a lot on TV.
Yeah, it was intriguing and until it got to the point where it's like weird, where it's like, who's your father? And it just got strange, and then kept on going and going and going,
Mm-hmm.
and then I dropped it.
I don't blame you.
Yeah,
How many seasons did you watch?
I don't remember.
Was
All I
it-
remember
Mm-hmm.
is the cleaning lady, I think, died,
I don't know who
and that's
that
where I
is,
stopped watching.
and I do not care.
The cleaner, the lady that cleans houses
No, no,
from the bodies.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
just being facetious.
Oh, okay.
What even is Gunvolt? You see, he's got a gun, and he runs on volts.
He plugs his hair into it like a battery.
Yeah. Gunvolt had a OVA, I think, based on the first game. I watched it, and it wasn't that good. At least to my recollection, it did impress.
It was basically a summary.
Mm-hmm.
It's, as an OVA, it's okay.
Yeah. The thing I always find interesting is Gunvolt's voice actor in Japan is the same one who voices Genos in One Punch Man.
That's weird.
I think Sigma's pretty good.
What is that? Peru.
Is he asking
Okay,
what
so,
static
like-
electricity is?
No, no, no. So, everyone hates DC movies, but the DC cartoon shows, the cartoon series, were actually really good. One of those series, well, two of those, is Batman Beyond, in combination with the original Batman series, as well as Static Shock and Justice League. They're all interconnected. Static Shock is pretty dope. Unfortunately, Batman Beyond was not allowed to get a continuation, and Adult Static Shock was not allowed to get a series. And they kind of like put a stop to all the animated series, and it really sucked.
Hmm.
Like, all of them got cut. Teen Titans got cut. They had something really
I
good
thought
going.
Batman Beyond had an ending.
They had a finale, but they wanted to keep on going.
What story would they have told?
We don't know. We see one episode of him in the future in the Justice League series later on
Mm-hmm.
to give us a taste of what would have been. But that's all we see of him. It should have gotten more
I need
serious.
to adjust the camera angle on this.
Hmm. The Batman went way too hard for what it was.
The Batman
Yeah,
in the
really.
movie? Live action one?
No, no. TV series. What? Peru? Be the change you want to see. Pick up Blender. Have fun.
I agree with that. Do I have debug tiles on this map? Did I never make debug tiles for this map? Wow.
Rest in peace.
Good job, past Jack. Or should I say 2018 Jack? In fairness, this map was made last minute before the demo. Like, 11th hour. Whatever. Know what I need to do anyways. Gonna go roughly here. Gonna add some collision. Ooh, not much though. Gonna put 0 on there and realize that this camera angle is totally wrong. There's like 2-ish pixels of top face here, Johnny. Well, let me actually measure it out.
3. You need 2 more.
Yeah, it's like 2.75 because it's 11 pixels and it does interpolation. But yes, it's not enough. This isn't gonna cut it, man.
Need a wee bit
Is
more.
StarCraft related to Minecraft?
Minecraft is from a guy called Notch.
No, Johnny.
StarCraft
It's
is
from a guy
from-
called Steve.
True. Steve Notch, right. StarCraft is from Blizzard. No darn, you're not Steve.
And
I'm
neither,
Steve.
neither is Jack Black. If you ask me. No offense to the guy. I just think it's a weird casting choice.
He's also not Steve.
You went to see the Minecraft movie. Were you like... I'm genuinely curious. Were you looking forward to the movie, or was it just kind of a watching it to see how bad it is type deal? Darn.
Why would you want a horrible experience like people having autistic meltdowns over chicken jockeys in the theater.
Just want to see the memes in real time. Okay, so the movie was actually enjoyable for you. Okay. Good to know. Like, I'm happy you had a good time. I haven't seen it yet. I don't intend to see it, frankly. You know, I already paid premium money for Morbius and was disappointed, so... I'm not doing that again.
My understanding is that it's a movie for people who are really big into YouTube Minecraft.
Well, then it's not for me. I haven't played Minecraft since middle school. And I like to keep it that way.
You overcorrected just a smidge, Jack.
Oh, now it's too much top base?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Would you like me to make it like X6?
No. Please,
Maybe
no.
I will, just to spite you.
No.
What are you gonna do about it?
Just behave, Jetstream.
What did he say?
Uh.
Well, actually, hold on. Let's see.
Unmentionables.
Oh. Well, I won't tell if you won't tell.
This is a crafting table. And this is a bucket. No.
Are those actual lines in the movie?
Jack Black makes it a point to introduce everything like that. This is redstone. This is a chicken.
Oh, it's Jack Black. I can't say I'm surprised. He has a very eccentric personality.
That's an ender pearl. It's my only one.
Are you insinuating that you've seen the movie, Johnny?
I haven't. I've just seen the trailers.
Okay. I was deciding in this moment whether or not I should fire you.
An ender pearl.
You know why the movie isn't great, darn? You know why? It's missing one thing. Analoop 03.
Huh.
Yeah, I like this camera angle, Johnny. I'm not changing it.
Yo. It's so close. It's just one pixel.
Alright, dude.
No darn. We're gonna add more music reference. We're gonna rename the game to Duff McWhalen. Darn.
Metal Blade. Man. Don't give them ideas.
I'd end up on the news. I'll just put it like that.
I will say, I think I need to shift the camera horizontally. This angle's a little harsh. I normally like it going this way, but the way it is now, it's not gonna tile great. Although
Those angles,
I need to extend the left a little bit to give it something to work with.
those angles only ever work if that wall is never wall slidable. If at any point you need to wall slide on the wall, it ends up looking bad.
This is a map where you wouldn't be able to wall slide on the wall.
Allegedly.
Do you know where this is?
We're in a ship.
Yes.
This is Walker's ship.
Yes. This is right after Vile. The layout's probably be modified a little bit because I want to have a little bit of exploration, just if players are curious, you know, to create opportunities. But you know, it's not a platforming area.
Jack.
Yes.
That might be too big.
What might be too big?
That ship.
Why would it be too big? It's like it's just a little strip. What are you talking about?
It might be too big.
Why are you whispering?
Please hold.
Okay. You gonna type something, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Prometheus Model W. How you doing today? Happy Sunday. Am I not even? Ah, it should be. Some tripping. Oh, that's cool, dude. Hope you're having a good time. Well, in fairness, darn, it's 0-1. You know. I've played StarCraft a grand total of once. It's okay. If you like RTS games, it's good. Yeah.
Health for you, dead for me.
I forgot about that.
Crunch, crunch. This cyber ale tastes good. I want some more.
What was that one line from that one anime? Did you really think killing me would make me die?
Close.
What was it then?
I don't remember exactly, but that's close.
Hmm.
Did you really think killing me was enough? Hold on. Oh no, it was. Did you think killing me would make me die?
Hmm. Job finished.
Would be enough to make me die. Okay. Ooh, excuse me.
Johnny,
Yeah.
take a look at my screen once it catches up in 10 seconds.
Okay.
Is this too long?
Yeah.
It's like 10 seconds in a hallway.
I know, it's not about that though. It's not about that.
Do you not like the elevator?
I mean, no, but it's not about the elevator either.
Are you typing something?
No, I'm not typing anything.
Okay. Sorry, you just left it on a cliffhanger, man.
We'll see.
Okay. I take it you're drawing something right now?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. What's your do with all that money? Good evening, Tor. Happy Sunday. How you doing today? think this angle is too steep because it's showing more floor than ceiling, and that's not how they generally do it. Though then again, the problem in part is because we're camera's down here, we gotta bring it up, and oh yeah, the ceiling's missing. That's also a problem. Oops.
Oh, did I see my ceiling missing?
Yeah, let me get that rendered out.
Different, yeah, I'm different.
Excuse me?
It's a stupid song from like 2011.
Oh, okay. Confused for a moment.
Yeah, not bad.
Oh, good, dude. Funhouse Mountain, that's the first I've heard of that. I need to move all these down, don't I? Oh wait, hold on.
You should definitely get some merch, Prometheus. If you can, of course.
Enjoyed SVC Chaos personally. Playing as Zero. One of the few depictions of Inti Zero. Music's pretty good. The backgrounds look really cool. Yeah, this camera angle is all wrong. there's more floor than ceiling, which is not how Inti likes to do it, so I gotta make some adjustments. You have a question for the devs for hand canon reasons. Would this game's story contradict anything from Rockman Labs' Rockman ZX prequel, the fan game? Johnny, do you want to answer that one?
Everything.
To be clear, we are making a game that sticks to the canon of the official game, so we're making a game that hypothetically Inti creates or Capcom could have placed in between 04 and ZX, and it still makes sense. But you know, the events of this game don't acknowledge the ZX prequel in any way. It wasn't written with that in mind.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm done with this.
Alright. The ZX prequel has the issue of them not having artists, and the people that were doing the art, or rather recycling from the official games, didn't have the best grasp in terms of things like color theory. You have a lot of Q-shifted bosses, and you know, on one hand, I get it. If you don't have artists, what can you do? You have to make do with what's available. That being said, I think some of the palette swaps they did on the bosses didn't look great. But like, moreover, I think the stages have an issue of everything being too purple. You tend to have like a purple foreground on a purple background against purple foreground fog, and it's just
purple.
It's a bit much. And I commend the effort. It's rare to see Zero or ZX fan games, so I'm happy for them. I just think, in retrospect, some things could have been done better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem, darn, is finding artists that can do the inti art style. And I say that, you know, with this project in mind as well, because, like, for the longest time with Resurrection, we had to recycle assets too. If you play our demo that released in 2018, we recycle a ton from Zero and ZX's stages because we didn't have anybody who could do the tiles. It's not just this kind of thing where you just kind of Google for people, because Inti's art style is very unique. You're not gonna find tutorials on it, so in my case, I had to learn how to make the tiles in the backgrounds myself, kind of learn their art style, and, you know, for someone like Sculpin who's doing the bosses, he spent a lot of time learning Nakayama's design philosophies when it comes to the bosses, making a boss that feels like a Mutos Reploid, that type of thing. Yeah, we didn't stay with it, because in the end we figured it out, but, you know, I mean, this project's been around for a very long time. You know, it took years to figure things out. And for some people, that's too long, I suppose. Piercing pain is definitely one way to put it. Which server? Someone DM me. Oh. You know, Johnny?
Yeah.
At least it's not the Jetsons car all over again.
Okay, you hate that car? I love that car. It looks like a Cadillac, but an airship.
I'm gonna strangle you.
I love it. I changed it, but I loved it. You don't
Johnny,
understand.
this is not the 1950s.
Shush. What's old is new again. What do you think, though?
Give me a moment. This is the exterior, no?
Exterior and interior. I kind of
Okay, it's
overlaid
kind of
both
like
on
a
the
cross section. So okay, we I see you put where the rope is. Which I can't
It's on a
tell if
bench.
this is intentional or not, but it looks like the rope's actually going into the background because you got a little diagonal. Is that going into the distance, or is that just me hallucinating?
Okay, so the rope goes all the way up, and then that round thing, that's the rest of the rope that goes to the end over there, which winds it up.
Which is going into the background.
Yeah.
Okay, I am seeing this right. Okay, that's a nice detail.
It's also on a slide.
So there's no door entering the airship?
Once you go into the back, that's it. There's no door there. So, like, there'd be like a shutter that closes, but that's it.
Remember, Zero has to get back here.
Yeah.
So, it needs to open.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just a shutter.
I misheard you. I thought he said once it closes, it never opens.
No.
You're saying once it opens, it never closes.
No. It's not a normal door.
Is it like a garage door?
It folds out.
Okay. And no, darn, I do not live in Jacksonville. I do know people that do live there, though. It's apparently pretty nice. Allegedly.
It's like a two-door fridge that opens up. That's the
Jacksonville?
type of door. No, not Jacksonville.
I'm just messing with you. Okay. So we have one door in the background. We could potentially access that for, whatever we want to throw in there.
Yeah,
my whole thought process is, how do we make things more interesting other than just having, you know how it is in the 2018 demo, it's just exposition with no build up.
Mm-hmm.
You have Zero on a rope, or holding onto a rope, not hanging from one. And he's being rescued from the situation. He doesn't know who's rescuing him. And neither does the player, so it's that kind of, there's that moment of questioning what's going on and anticipating what may come next. And how do we build that up within the next 20 seconds? Okay.
I mean, we have the door that he can't enter, and technically he can go up. So he's allowed to go in the door. He's allowed to go up to the top. There's going to be people there. So he can discuss with them, try to talk, but at the end of the day, he can't really do anything. The door's locked, so he can't go in there. His only option would be go up. And once he goes up, he can get a clear view of the sky. That'll be interesting by itself, because they're going to get a view of the sunrise. And then we can have the character introduce himself, start talking, bring him down into the helm of the ship.
Are you imagining on this ship there's no personal quarters whatsoever?
Not at all.
Okay.
There's just a place to sit down in that room.
Is this the ship the equivalent of an Amazon delivery truck?
Effectively, but with
guns.
missiles. Yeah.
Okay.
Big guns.
If you keep running to the right, does he fall to the abyss? Let's find out.
Whee!
Well, he just ends up here, and then if I drop down there, then he dies. I will be right back again.
Kaboom, kaboom.
It's not a stage storm, it's a small area for the purposes of cutscene. Well, actually several cutscenes technically, because you come back to the ship later.
Powerbomb flashbacks. No, we're not doing Powerbomb again.
We already did that with the Divine Arc.
Technically, yes. We're not doing Powerbomb again. Let me redo this, but change it just a bit. This is a good draft, though. Okay, let's pull out the big boy. Is that enough space? Yeah, it's enough space, I think. Yeah, that's enough space. Okay.
Yeah, the stage in Zero Two, the Powerbomb stage, was awful. It had no margin for failure. With the Divine Arc, we tried to address that with Harpuya and having multiple stacks of airships. You know, if you miss a jump, there's more ships below you. You could also hang on to those enemies. You got a double jump, just all sorts of things to make it a more enjoyable experience.
Is there anything about that airship that you want to tweak? Okay. Yeah, also no screen crunch. That's a big W.
So, real quick, Johnny, look at my screen.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move Zero to the right. Gonna catch up in 10 seconds. How do you feel about having the implication that there are other parts of this airship you could go to? That is to say, there's stuff in the distance, in the background, like what you see here.
The thought process is it's very small, but that could be the room that you go into, the background of the room, if we put some benches.
Benches? Like,
yeah, so the soldiers can sit.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you remember the last time I tried to model a chair?
Okay, we're not doing chairs, benches. You take a rectangle, you extrude it, you take another rectangle that's wider, but shorter, you extrude that, and then you put a reverse chamfer between the two that's very thin.
No, but you see, what you really gotta do is, you go to the end of the airship, you find the doctor, and he's sitting in a really fancy gaming chair.
And you steal it from him.
And that's where we throw in the sponsorship. Just kidding.
Secret Labs.
If there was... Okay, gonna be honest. If there was real-life product placement in a Mega Man Zero game, it'd be absolutely ridiculous. Because all those brands would have gone extinct by this point in the timeline. The idea that, like... You know, X is munching on Doritos is just... Doritos is one of the few things that survived all the hell that's happened in this franchise. That's more horrifying than anything else.
You found a McDonald's hamburger. It has cheese, and it's rock hard. You could kill a man with this.
I don't know if CL had a gaming chair in Zero Two. It wasn't really a gaming chair. It was more like an office chair with just some nice curves.
It probably had like a massager built in, to be honest.
I could use one of those right about now. Okay, as far as your layout goes, so you say, wait, just to be clear, the elevator, can that or cannot that not be used by Zero?
It can be.
It goes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there, that door, when you press up, the door's going to open, and the elevator will sit to it. There's still an airlock.
You get to the top, you got some rails, and it's kind of high up. Can Zero drop down from the left?
Yeah, you can walk off. Or you can jump on the top and go to the right and jump on the front of the vehicle.
So as far as Zero's, what's the word? The shortcut he takes after the cutscene, do you want that to be at the top here? Or do you want that to be at the middle left where he first came?
We can have him do it from the top.
Okay. If you want to do it that way, you have to think about how the player is going to know to go there. We have the exposition dump, and there's nothing really that prompts the player to go back. The only reason why we trigger the cutscene is because as a player, you know the only way you can go is the way it is now. The only way, the only direction you can go is back left, and the only path you can take is back where you came. At which point there's a cutscene trigger. If you start introducing a way up, you know, it's like, how do you guide the player to go there, especially when Zero is making a decision himself that nobody on this ship endorses?
I need to look at the script again, but what we can do is we could have the, because he's supposed to take a look at the IC and take the view in, right?
Yes.
So it could be a case of, you want a better look, let's go outside and take a look. And at that point the player's already there. And they just can't use the elevator to go down, the only option is to go left.
If we're gonna do it that way and have the doctor suggest he take up, well, okay, well, here's the thing, right? So as it is in the cutscene, we have introductions, you know, who the doctor is, all that. Then we have the doctor say, you know, take a look at the city down below. And we have a little panning shot. Which probably, I mean, we'll probably play some cutscene art, to be honest. It sounds like you're saying that they need to get up to the top to see the city, right?
Yeah, they can go up there to get a better look at it.
So, at that point, it's... We'll have to probably discuss this, but it sounds like we're adding extra steps for the exposition dump. And then
just a wee bit.
You have to think what at that point prompts Zero to do what he does at the end.
He notices something. Whatever he notices, he notices.
I recommend you reread the script. The dialogue suggests it's for personal reasons. Reflection. Not, oh look, it's a bird, let me go eat it.
I'm gonna catch it. Yeah, fair. I'll have to give it some brain wiggles. But I think it'll work out.
Hmm. In fairness, a lot of inventions are named after their creators.
Yeah. Yeah.
Regardless, I think this camera angle is a bit better because we get more ceiling than floor. Why isn't it called the Walker Engine? Or the what's a Gengen? It's ironic because Mega Man 8 has the same voice cast as X4. I mean, X4's voice acting was pretty cheesy at times and very inconsistent. Mega Man 8, I mean, you could argue that Dr. Light sounds incoherent at times. I think Dr. Wily's voice actor did a decent job, though.
Dr. Light was hitting the bottle. Something serious.
I'd believe it. That's interesting. How'd that happen? It don't matter. We'll patch it up. I do believe that is the spelling, yes.
Duo.
Take care, Don. Thanks for hopping in.
Bye.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay, that's what you mean. For a second I thought you maybe deleted your YouTube channel.
Rest in peace.
I'm gonna do a bit of sketching over this just to make some bits a little easier to identify. Then going to switch gears to something a little different. Let's see. Ooh, no, don't do that. Take care, Don.
Peace.
Let's switch over to the drawing tablet. toughest part is cleanup. I will say, Prometheus, I got a good laugh out of your recent YouTube comments. Your speculation about the final boss.
It did make me giggle.
I did like it, yes. It caught me off guard, I'll put it that way. Yeah, yeah. Makes sense.
I don't remember playing the DLC for Force Unleashed.
Those games are really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Sick.
they were... I'm not saying this to trigger anybody, but they were kind of fanficky. What if scenarios? Because, like, you could basically kill everyone from the original trilogy in that game. Like, Starkiller was ridiculously OP. That's not even getting to the fact that he's apparently like they just casually made clones of him. Like that in itself seems like really heavy. And honestly, it makes him hard to relate when it's a different character. It's not the same character you're following throughout, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I think Sam Witwer, Whitmer? However, it's said. I think he's a great voice actor and a passionate Star Wars fan. I think his likeness is used for Starkiller, if I recall right.
Maybe.
At least I think like Starkiller looks an awful lot like him. I mean, imagine what Starkiller would be like if he was thrown into the sequel movies. He'd tear Rey into bits. Aren't they making like more movies with the Rey character? That's what I heard, anyways. Which I'm curious what story they're gonna tell with that, but I don't know. I have watched a bit of Andor, and at least that one's pretty good.
Star Wars is best when it's gritty.
I suppose. As long as it does it, you don't go too far. I think that's fair. Gritty but not edgy. Put it that way.
Yeah.
You don't want something a show like The Boys.
Grimdark, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Bleak but not Game of Thrones. Yes.
Right.
Game of Thrones, I think. The HBO TV show went too far in some places. It just, after a certain point, I just couldn't take it seriously anymore.
Yeah, fair.
You know, I the way I like to think of it about it, this is something I think I mentioned on stream years ago. Violence, grittiness, death, you gotta treat them like chocolate, right? Chocolate, for many people, tastes great. People love it. But if you eat chocolate every day, you're absolutely gonna hate it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta keep those moments gotta be special. Otherwise, after a certain point, people are gonna turn off their brains.
Chocolate, but not chocolate fondue.
Yeah, just for me personally, I'm not a fan of the show. I think it's trying way too hard to be contemporary, and just after a certain point, it's not interesting anymore. And a lot of the stuff that's in the show now is not going to age well in the next 10 years because it's trying so hard to be contemporary.
Yeah. They put way too much focus on current.
Yeah, current events, current people, using their characters as
Mouthpieces of the situation.
mouthpieces of situation and as what's the word I'm thinking of? Representations of certain individuals in real life. I'm talking about the TV show The Boys. Yes, Storm. The only thing from the show I really like is the first season, when it was actually about more of a cynical take on superheroes. And like a quote-unquote evil Superman. Everything after season 1 kind of jumped the shark, if you ask me. They pivoted really hard and probably not for the best.
Could be worse. Could be better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the shock value is especially an issue. It's I think yeah, it's the perfect example for me about the whole chocolate thing. It's like they put so much shock value in every single episode. After a certain point, it doesn't matter anymore. It just exists to. I mean, there were moments in not the last season, but the season before that. There was one particular moment in one episode I'm not gonna describe, but it nearly made me throw up in real life. Like a
Yep.
literally throw up. It really makes you question what was going through some of these people's heads. Honestly.
You can only show off that kind of fringe content so many times before it's just too much.
Yeah. And what purpose does it serve other than to be shocking, right? It doesn't, they're not doing anything meaningful with it. They're just, it's a parlor trick, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, GTA 5 has a pretty good story, I feel. Yeah, the whole GTA world is kind of a very cynical parody take of America, but they don't make that whole cynicism the whole focus. It's just set dressing around whatever story they want to tell. You know, and GTA 5 was very much a character-driven story between three people, and I love it. I'm curious what they're going to be doing with GTA 6. I know that game's been hyped forever. Probably not going to buy it on launch, especially because they're not supporting PC, and I'm a PC gamer. But, hopefully it's not a disappointment for people. Put it that way. Not that I think it will be, but I know expectations are really stupid high right now. We got GTA 6 before MMZR. Oh my god. That's a terrible thought. I mean, I think there's a release date now for 6.
They got pushed back, but yeah, there is one.
I think it's in a year? Yeah, I'm curious about it, Corrupted. I mean, it feels like it might come out relatively soon. I mean, well, okay, that's a loaded statement. Let me take a step back. From what it sounds like, JQB's just working on the final stages now. Which I don't know how long that'll take. Wouldn't blame him if it takes a long time, because you know, I can understand wanting to nail that final experience. I can... Johnny and I can relate. Believe me. But if the final stages are all that's left, and I'm assuming that there's not gonna be just like another polish pass over everything and all that good stuff. You know, there's a non-zero chance it's gonna come out before us.
Plausible.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, he's been around for... He's made a game for 6 years more than us, so... You know, because I believe Cryptid's 16 years old. It's old enough to have its own quinceañera, Johnny.
True.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, I don't mind waiting either. Okay. To be honest though, like as far as X9 goes, I don't think Capcom's doing a whole lot with Mega Man. I've said this on live streams before, Capcom doesn't really treat Mega Man the same way they treat some of their other franchises, you know, namely Devil May Cry, Resident Evil, Street Fighter. It's everything we've seen them do in the past 5 years. Let's just say 5 years with Mega Man has been safe bets, low risk projects, mainly ports. You know, the legacy collections for X, Zero, and Battle Network. It's Classic 2, technically. We did get Mega Man 11, but beyond that, like, the closest thing we have to an original game is X-Dive, which is a gacha game. I'm not expecting new Mega Man games anytime soon. And maybe I'll be proven wrong. But I feel like I've been having this conversation for the past 5 years. At this point, I don't know anymore, man.
I mean, there's no one at Capcom fighting for Mega Man right now.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Mm-hmm.
It's looking pretty bleak, I'm not gonna lie.
They should do I'd like them to do a collection with the Legends games, at least. Be cool.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, Mass Search, it might be driven by their investors as well. I'm not too sure. I haven't really been keeping up with that side of things, but I think the expectations is if they're gonna release a game, they want millions sold. And while Mega Man 11 technically, I think, achieved that generally, if you look historically, Mega Man games don't sell that many copies. It's usually in like the hundreds of thousands, to my recollection. It's not like I was gonna say the next Call of Duty, but that's low-hanging fruit.
It's nothing compared to Monster Hunter World in terms of volume.
That's a better comparison. And you know what? If they don't make new Mega Man games, that's okay. I mean, I'd obviously love to have them, but if there's one thing I commend Capcom with, it's they are respectful of fan work, unlike a certain other Japanese company.
A couple other Japanese companies.
The fact of the matter is, you know, we've been around for 10 years, and we're still here. They at no point decided that we need to go. So, thank you, Capcom.
Knock on wood.
Let's hope I didn't just jinx it.
Yep, knock on wood. Everybody in chat, knock on wood.
Yeah, I forgot Unlimited Shoe is around the corner. I was looking back at 11. 'Cause it's been a long time since I've looked at that game. The one thing I noticed is like a lot of the stages are just really dark. Like literally, just in terms of how they lit everything, it's everything's like really dark. I don't understand why it doesn't look great. You compare that to something like Mega Man 8, which was absolutely vibrant, and it's just it doesn't do it justice. It's like it's that 690, oh boy. I think that's, well, is that everything? Oh yeah, I gotta do the edges of here, but most part, I'm almost done. Yeah, after I'm done with this sketch, I'm gonna switch gears to something that isn't a background.
Mm. Okay.
You still doing that sketch, by the way, Johnny?
I finished the third draft.
I don't think you ever showed me the second.
I threw it away.
It's on the cutting room floor, or in this case, your literal floor.
Exactly.
Damn, dude. Alright.
There you go.
Please help. Actually, I need to turn on the AC. It's really hot here. Yeah, I know what you mean, Prometheus, because, yeah, the backgrounds in 0-1, I'm pretty sure a lot of them were downscaled sketches. And they have a bit of that scratchiness, absolutely. Which I will say, like, when this is finished, it's not... All this line art I did, I'm not keeping all of it. Mainly, I'm just adding it now to make the different elements easier to see. Because otherwise, you have a lot of, like, the same shade of gray, and it's things kind of blend into each other. I just kind of want to see how this looks now. Yes, folks. Alright, let me see that sketch of yours, Mr. Johnny. You changed the elevator design? And the door design? Okay. I think technically a lot of this airship's not visible. As far as the exterior goes.
It'd be visible. Most of it's visible.
You'd see the feet.
95% of it is visible. Yeah.
You know what you gotta do? Hold on, I'm gonna grab a picture. Okay. Assuming I still have it.
Yeah, this is no bigger than 6 screens. It's a 3x2.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing parts that I'm like, okay, it's gonna be off camera, because, you know, it's... Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm just gonna be happy to get rid of the stupid tiles from the Grand Nuage that I've been recycling forever. Like...
Yeah.
Like, there was so much in this game early on that it's like... You wanna convey certain emotions, you wanna tell a story, but you're stuck with just whatever Inti already made, and a lot of the times it doesn't cut it.
Work.
Yeah. Do I have a picture? No. I mean, I don't have it. Did I never rip it? No.
Sag.
I know we exchanged screenshots of it, though. Is it on my GA zone? I'm gonna check something. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay.
Yeah, glad you like it, Prometheus. I will say, just full disclosure, this particular... let me check something. Yeah, this particular design of some of these tiles, but my main inspiration was Ghost in the Shell. I pulled, took a look at some of their environments in the second movie to use as inspiration. So,
Naruto.
at no point was I really thinking of like Nakayama with this, but I could definitely see the similarities as far as just the sketchiness goes. Oh, when you look at that, I do have it. Okay, awesome. But I'm gonna show it on the live stream because it's non-sensitive. It's not something we made.
Oh, okay.
Just gonna make a demo of it real quick. Yeah, remember in the Johnny, you're gonna see it on screen, but remember the Legacy Collection? One of the things in the gallery was for ZX Advent when they made the airship.
Yeah.
That was a case of you get to see what the tiles before they did all the shading and stuff, and technically like it's actually super high res. And now I'm just imagining your airship sketch just traced over, painted, it's stupid high res.
Yeah,
I'm like,
that's what I
gee,
wanna do.
that's extra. You want to do that?
We did that for the other ship, for the most part.
Nuage?
No. I mean, I still need to do that for the Nuage. I found my sketches, by the way, of the rest of the ship completed, so I gotta redo those. Now that I have the actual RAM to do it. But no, the other ship, the tiny ship.
The Jetsons?
Not the Jetson, but, you know, version 5 of the Jetson, yes.
Okay, well, I didn't know you wanted to trace over it, but alright. Prometheus, like, Servo said something to that effect, just not word for word that, when you meet him for the first time in this game, which I believe the dialogue's also in the demo. Yeah, just standing all pixelated, yeah. In fairness, this is not the best quality image because the one Legacy Collection is a JPEG. It does give some idea of how they made the assets, though, which is appreciated. There's very little information about that online because they were pretty tight-lipped about this stuff.
I'm glad they showed the ship, though.
Yeah. To my understanding, they send this to the company who made the FMVs so that they could make a 3D model of said ship. I can't read the Japanese, but it looks like they're basically explaining what they want out of the scene, namely that in that FMV, Ash jumps off the ship. And lands on this one, I suppose. And I'm also assuming this is also for scale. Like, they're saying, like, okay, she's this big on the ship, so when you make the FMV, just make sure the ship's big enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the whole thing about Milan's Buster shot is something a lot of people overlook. A lot of people just think it's the Z-Buster from the X games, but it's not. It was never Zero's, it was something he picked up. Yeah, it is funny.
So small.
Yeah, let me take a proper look at this sketch you have, John. So you removed the railings at the top?
No, the railings are there. Just change the design of the railings to be less pole and rail and more like stylized, I suppose.
Yeah, and not to mention Prometheus, this is a Zero with no memories, so he's just acting purely on muscle memory. And some vague semblance of who he is. Or was. So, okay, Johnny, is this sketch scale accurate? Is each cell
Yes.
on this graph paper one tile?
Yes.
Okay. So, if I recall right, Zero is 4.5 tiles tall, right?
No, he's 2.5.
2.5. Okay, so his head would be... I take it this is a sketch you don't want me to show on the stream, right?
No, you can. It's fine.
Okay, I'll just show it on the stream so people know what the hell we're talking about. Okay, so Zero's head's gonna be just kind of just above the railing then. So it's if we're imagining real life railing, it's tall enough that if we were as tall as Zero, it's like you can look over it, you can put your arms on top of it, but you're not gonna fall unless you deliberately vault over it. Now, is it here that he's take a look at the view, or is it here? Whatever stream catches up.
Probably the first one. That way he's on the railing, and then he can zip off to the left.
Sorry, repeat that. I was distracted.
At the railing, and then he can zip off to the left after the fact.
So when he is asked to take a look at the city below, he is taking a look at it from where the railing is.
Yeah.
Okay. But when he takes the scenic route, it's more to the left.
Yeah, he just zoop straight off.
Right. Okay. Pun not intended. I'm thinking about this. Because, okay, if we're here, we could have him here, we could have the doctor here, we could have a sprite animation of them both turning to look at the background. I mean, I think there's already, like, sprites of that in the Zero series that we can just use as a reference. Do that as they turn, switch to the cutscene art, and then switch back, right?
Yeah.
That'll make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it just the two of them? Are you imagining any of the soldiers being up here?
There could be a soldier in the door area, like inside, but not like with them. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, and you want the doctor to be a witness to his shortcut.
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, we're gonna make some modifications to the script then, because sounds like you might call him out.
What is wrong with you, boy?
If you want, we could. When do you remember the dialogue from that scene, or do you need a refresher?
I do not remember at the moment.
Okay, without spoiling it for the chat, he's gonna talk to himself about what lies ahead, what he believes this is his purpose is, right? In this moment, why he's alive, right? So he talks about that, he welcomes whatever comes next, and then he takes the plunge, right? So at that point, if the doctor's here, I imagine Zero would be tuning him out and just lost in his own thoughts, right? We could literally have the voice clips be muffled for the doctor at that point. That the conversation didn't end at this point, since now the doctor's taken part in this, right? So he's actually saying more stuff, but at this point, Zero's priorities have changed, right?
He's tuned out just like the player is tuned out listening to him monologuing.
You mean like most people listening to JRPGs?
Yes.
I don't care about any of this, just let me kill things.
I just want to go fight God.
Yeah. So, okay. Zero tunes out the doctor, he starts talking to himself, but that's the loudest voice, and then makes a executive decision, at which point the last thing he hears is the doctor calling him out on it. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Other than that, I mean, the only other thing I can really say is nothing here really conveys the design of the tiles, but I assume that wasn't the point wasn't to convey the design of the tiles, just the layout and the exterior.
So, layout, shape, and a few key features. Yeah.
It should probably work with what I have currently. Maybe with some changes in the cases where we want to show some exterior parts, like this little jet engine. I will say also, if Zero and the Doctor are going to go up here, don't have them actually walk to it, just throw in a fade. I think.
Yeah, the distance is so short, like...
my concern is it's going to be playing his theme while the whole... As soon as Zero meets him, it's going to be playing his theme. if you then give control back to the player, you're gonna have, you know, the player walking around trying to reach this elevator while the theme's still playing. And where there's gonna be a break, and it doesn't feel right.
No. We locked them in. We had the player move itself. We follow the player up there. We don't need to release the player, I guess.
You want the cutscene to show them walk up to it.
Yeah, it's such a short distance.
As long as it doesn't look awkward.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, we could also probably do some hard cuts in certain places. Yeah, we'll figure that out when we get there. Other than that, is this a window by the... Okay, in front of the ship. It looks like there's a little computer panel or a chair or something, and then looks like there's a... Is that a window in the... behind it?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a window over here, and then you can also see things from the front, the windshield. Okay.
Yeah, 3 windows. That's
Okay.
the vibe.
I don't see two, but okay.
Well, the one in the foreground, one in the background, they're on top of each other.
That sounds very weird, but okay.
Fair point.
I just had a terrible idea. I'm not serious about this, but imagine players hate the exposition so bad that the camera ends up going outside the ship, so you witness Zero and the Doctor talking from the window, but it's all muffled because you're outside the ship. I don't need to hear any of this. Regardless, I mean, other than that, I mean, I think everything here makes sense. Sounds like, yeah, the act of of Zero taking the plunge is going to be in the cutscene rather than player controlled. Okay. Suppose that makes sense. Alright, cool. Well, with that being said, I'm gonna switch gears away from tiles and backgrounds to working on a boss. So, for some people here, you might recognize this boss. We've shown it over the years from time to time, but we are updating its design a bit. New sprites from Sculpin. And yeah. Not the Spinosaurus, not Thunderbolt Spino. That one is basically done at this point. This is a boss for X, which is intended for his intro stage. We call it the Omni Golem. The idea is that it's a golem that can switch its element on the fly. I'm actually gonna make Zero invincible because I don't want to take hits.
Cheater.
Always. So right now the golem's in a bit of a weird place because it's a mix of old sprites and new sprites. Let me actually pull up his sprites real quick. Yeah, so these are the newer sprites for him. Earlier today I got them imported. I just need to actually update everything to use it. I also need to make some code changes for a couple reasons, but one of them is right now I need to add the golem to this little debug menu, and that will let me make it easier to test this boss fight. So, gonna be taking care of that now. You're gonna see some code, you're gonna see some sprites. Thunder, ice, and fire, yes. That is correct. Hey. Spinal V3, cool. Go here, we're gonna copy this function. Let's put it up here. Yeah, I don't get to do coding very often on these streams these days, but it's a nice change of, not pace, but...
Vibe?
Vibe? Oh, yeah, I would say content, but vibe sounds better. First attack off. Yeah, some of these attacks got scrapped, so a lot of this stuff I'm gonna have to delete later. But let's look at what... I'm just gonna add to this list what he has currently, and then trim things from there. I'll use the shuffler initially, right? So fire, fireball, fire ring, chew, tri laser, major ranker, ice pole, ice danger, and then we got the ram. Fire laser, energy breaker. You know, something I always wanted to see, and kind of wish they did with the collection, was let you... Something that they did in Mega Man The Wily Wars on Sega Genesis. That being, allow you to use whatever weapons you want from any of the games in whichever game you want. Which, it was a bit different in, to my recollection with the Wily Wars, it was reserved for like a specific game mode. It's been a hot minute, so I don't remember exactly, but it would be cool to, like, you know, play 0-3, but I got the chain rod, or play 0-1, but I got the recoil rod, or, you know.
Yeah, that'd have been dope.
Obviously, like, I imagine from Capcom's perspective, they just want to do a collection. They, you know, they gave us the whole Z Chaser thing, and that's cool. But if they had more time, would I love them to just let us use whatever weapons we want, man. That would have offered some interesting experiences, you know?
They would have had to update all the enemies' damage tables, but other than that,
yeah.
It would have been nice.
I mean, it's not like they don't have the sprites for it.
Right?
Oh, did he try laser twice? It probably would make Zero insanely OP, but that's kind of the fun of it. I mean, imagine you don't get to do it until you beat in all 4 games, and it's your reward. It's called a New Game Plus reward. Yeah.
Yeah. Hell, just beating each game you beat, adding more stuff to the pool that you're allowed to use by itself would be nice.
Mm-hmm. I like to think of it like how the Metal Gear games handle that type of stuff. It's they have some OP stuff like a camo that makes you entirely invisible, or a bandana that gives you infinite ammo. But you don't get it until you beat the game under certain conditions, you know?
Mm-hmm. You have to work for it.
If you want to be real cynical, you know, you could take 03 and 04 and add back in the leveling system from 01.
God. You're a monster.
Maybe that's the way to make it less OP. You have to actually level up the Z-Knuckle and the recoil rod. Oh god, the recoil rod at level 1 would be terrible. You could only do just one jab at a time. You can't charge it. You can't move anything. Okay, I just had a terrible idea.
Oh?
You have the weapons, all these weapons, right? But you have the durability system for Breath of the Wild.
Jesus.
And after each mission, you gotta spend a stupid amount of E-crystals repairing it with Servo.
No.
And you can break... That includes durability for your Buster and Saber. And if everything breaks, you just have to use your hands.
Jesus. People would rage.
As they should. As they should. If something isn't painful to obtain, you should never have it at all.
Well, that's a quote.
Whoops. Do, do. I may be a sadist, but I refuse to apologize. I regret nothing. Now the Z-Knuckle worked in 1.3, like the types of weapons you could get. Yeah, that could be interesting, yeah, because you could... It'd be interesting to see, like, what kind of things you can procure from enemies. I mean, now I'm kind of thinking of a scenario similar to... Okay. If anyone's played The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker, they had a moment early on in the game where you lose your sword, and so your only options are to procure weapons from enemies. So now I'm thinking, what if you don't have a Buster and Saber, you just have the Z-Knuckle? So then you have to collect weapons from enemies, and you know they have a limited number of uses, just like in 04. At that point, it's just Breath of the Wild. What am I talking about?
Yep.
But it could be interesting, you know? Different. For better or for worse, you know?
It could have at least been in game mode where you're only allowed to use the Z-Knuckle.
It's not like Capcom hasn't done, like, interesting things with their collections before, because, like, the X Legacy collection, they had that mode where you just 2v1 bosses. which, you know, the execution was flawed. There was a lot of cases where just two bosses didn't work well together and it was impossible to dodge moves. But, like, the fact that they did it at all, I respect, you know. It shows that they're not doing just the bare minimum of a port. And somebody must have pitched that idea and really excited that it got greenlit, you know?
Kudos to whoever pushed it through. Okay, I think I got a top-down design worked on.
Oh yeah?
I still need to polish it.
Okay.
But, gotta make a recipe before you cook.
Well, of course, take your time. I'm not gonna rush you. You have 30 seconds or you're fired. Um... One more thing I could add. Why isn't it working? Why isn't my code working? Oh, this is the wrong game object. This is the old golem. I need to replace it with a new one.
Rip. Here's a dumb idea. You start Z1, and then CL immediately gets nuked by Omega, and then you need to fight Omega with only the Buster.
That's evil.
And then halfway through, X shows up. He's like, "Here's your saber," but you have to level it up while you fight Omega.
Capcom, hire us. Well, okay, that would be an interesting mode. Oh no, it crashed. My code crashed.
Yeah, I don't know why there's a bit of X in model in Omega armed phenomenon form. It doesn't make any sense.
Why did it crash? Huh? It's not the right type. Am I tripping right now?
I have a theory that the second form was was not intended to be for Omega, but got repurposed for Omega.
Okay. I don't know how practical this would be, but imagine a game mode where you got two players, right? Player one plays as Zero through any of the usual stages. Player two controls the enemies, trying to stop Zero before he can get to the end.
Did you play that Resident Evil online game where it's 4 versus 1?
No.
Okay, so the idea is that you're the dungeon boss, and you spend points to summon enemies, and eventually you have to fight the players.
Interesting. Okay.
Same vibe. Could work. It has worked before. Baby Prometheus, I don't know. Like, so much of MMZ was reworked, patched together to fit.
Mother Earth wasn't even conceived till after 01 was shipped.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote 02 and 03 together, and that's where they conceived of the Elf Wars and Mother Elf and all that stuff. As 01 was originally written, none of that existed, because the original 01, it's never been officially confirmed, but the vibe is that it probably took place after X5's bad ending when Zero dies.
At least initially intended.
One thing they did say was before X6 came out, their intention was that this was the first time Zero was resurrected since X5. And I think Seal's words at the beginning of the game, Zero has been resurrected. I assume originally they meant it literally. It's not that he's sleeping, it's that he's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, there's always the question of why does he now have legs? Because he was only a torso last we checked. But who knows? Maybe they gave him legs, but it cost him his hands.
He was repairing himself, and then someone took his arm, so he couldn't repair himself.
I can kind of see that. It's somebody was just tired of Zero's excuses.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. What's going on? That's no bueno.
It's at least hinted at Prometheus through the subtext. Because, like, nobody else can hear the voice of Mother Elf except for Zero and Omega. Zero feels the calling inside of him to her as well. So there's already subtext in place for that. And also, Mother Elf has a positive feelings towards Zero, she's never really formally met. So all of that is very suggestive of there being a connection. Some sort of...
I mean, she was created as the result of them researching Zero's body, so I think in that sense she is built from his that's called DNA. In a sense, you could argue that, she's his daughter.
Yeah.
I know that's very loaded, but still.
I mean, X is the father of all Reploids. Why can't Zero be the mother of all elves?
Why is he killing his children so much then?
He's eating them. He's like Kronos.
he woke up. He woke up. He was super grumpy. He's like, I put you in this world. I'm taking you out of it now.
Crunchy.
How ridiculous would it be if Mother Elf or Dark Elf was a usable Cyber Elf in your inventory?
OP. Super OP.
But if you use it, you end up like El Paizo's second form.
Jackson, but with repercussions. I can dig it. You know, what if I just reverse that? Yeah, actually I like that better. Make it like a Harrier. Yeah, I'll try that.
Hold on. You're changing the bottom?
What?
Oh wait, I thought you sent me something. Never mind.
I did.
But you sent me something 9 minutes ago. It's like, wait, did I already look at this?
Maybe. I don't know.
But it looks like you revised the bottom of the ship.
That's a top face. It's only half of it, though.
Top. Oh, I
rotated
see it now. Interesting. Okay.
Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna leave this for digitization and work on it later.
Gotcha.
Once I have my setup completely done.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds good to me, dude.
Hmm. And then I'll put flats on it, and then whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I need another piece of paper.
You say you need another piece of paper?
Yeah.
Very well then.
Okay, there we go. Mm. I have not read the entire thing on the full. I've only seen bits and pieces of it and read bits and pieces of it. I'm not really a Archie fan.
Same here, actually. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of.
Ooh, that's wrong.
Hmm.
Oh my god, that code is ancient. What the hell? Johnny.
Yeah.
Do you see this line here? Oh, whenever the screen catches up?
Yes.
Show debug message is from GameMaker. Why is...
Huh.
Oh, I was confused for a minute because by the time we worked on the Omni Golem, we switched over to the Immortal Engine, so I'm like, why is this here? And then I remembered this code was borrowed from Kernel, who originally was on the GameMaker.
Rip.
God, I feel old just looking at this.
Hi, 2016.
Thanks for The worst part is I remember very vividly writing the code for kernel for this in college in 2016/2017.
Train rides.
Yeah, train rides on the side between like the job I had at the time. I used to, well, I'll be honest, like, a lot of my college classes, I had just a notebook that I would write code in for the game because I couldn't bring my laptop. So I just write the code for the enemies and the bosses literally on paper, and then transcribe it when I got home.
It worked.
It's so weird thinking about that in retrospect. I still have the notebook somewhere, I just don't know where. Actually, I had several notebooks, and then one of them accidentally ended up in the washing machine and got ruined.
Aww.
It's okay, what was in there wasn't that valuable.
Still, that sucks.
Yeah. Eh. But as you like to say, it could be worse.
Yeah.
Because it was called Mega Man Zero. Not Mega Man X. Which, okay, in fairness, you had Zero and Mega Man X playable, but their focus was on Zero. And the closest we got to playing as X was ZX, I suppose. With Model X. But yeah, it is what it is, you know. Honestly, Zero and X3 feels like an X3 skin. Zero didn't really have his own identity at that point, I think.
I mean, he had the saber and he was taller, but...
The saber was just not really the focus, it was just more... Even the saber... well, it wasn't even a melee weapon, technically, because it fired a sword beam, I think, in X3, right?
It counted as a melee weapon, but yeah, I did fire a sword beam. It was your 3rd level charge shot. And it kills things fast.
To me, it reminds me a lot of Gunvolt 3 and how they treat Gunvolt in that game, where they're like, okay, we want to make you super overpowered, but that means nobody can ever play as you except for every, like, you know, every once in a while, for 10 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, it was only for the boss fight that he did the wave.
Oh, is that right? Okay. You know, it was I feel like it was really till X4 that they figured Zero out and did it justice.
It would have been nice if that demonstration was in X1. That's where it makes the most sense, because X himself is, well, by extension, supposed to be extremely weak.
Update, index is out of range, blah blah blah. What am I missing here?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Fuck.
You okay?
Yeah, I got hit with a mad yawn.
Oh boy. Gotta BRB again.
Do not get the lost. I mean, Grissy, that's what X5 is, because the intro is, well, literally him spreading the virus across the entire planet. Like, he did that. He won. That was his end game. He won. X6 is the fallout of that. It's the aftermath. It's the world in ruins because Sigma won. It's X fighting back for trying to get as much recovery efforts and prevention of further decline that he can. I see. Well, practice. Practice, practice, practice. Cheese is there, but... Colors? I'm probably gonna go for rose red, gold, white.
That foreshadowing?
Yep.
Gotcha.
I mean, the ZX story is pretty much non-existent.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, by extension, is so very, very, very small.
I mean, they
Like,
had ideas, they just didn't have enough time to really develop them, I think.
Yeah, you look at ZX1, Gyro's entire backstory is cut. You look at ZX Advent, the in-between between ZX and ZX Advent's completely cut. We have no idea what happened to Vint and Ale during that time, what happened to Prairie, nothing. We get fractions, we get pieces, and then we get shoot along. Yeah, that's what I mean by non-existent, not like that there wasn't a story, just like...
Loose threads.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I wouldn't have minded if instead of introducing Gray and Ash, they just continue Ventinale's story.
That would have been nice.
The whole, I am your father type twist with Albert just didn't hit at all. Like, okay, cool. Does it really change? Does it? You told me at the very last minute, and it doesn't change anything. I'm still gonna kill you.
Right? I got a bullet with your name on it.
It's funny, this was
Just 'cause you're
great.
dead.
Like, yes, I created you as a backup body.
It's like, okay.
Why did you make me look like a child? Why did you want to look like a child? Like, this is weird. Yes, I'm gonna judge.
I don't even look like you.
And then with Ash, it's like, yes, I'm distantly related to you.
Like, Albert clearly already has a backup body. And then he makes another backup body that's just 90% different.
I guarantee you that that whole twist was an afterthought. They did not design Gray with that in mind.
No. They they had it to where the thought process was, well, Albert made him, but like the whole I'm gonna steal your body like Orochimaru situation was yeah.
Like, if you're gonna go with that, at least have some resemblance to Albert with Gray's design.
Mm-hmm. Give me a body, Sasuke.
No, I like it.
Yeah, Storm. I don't know why. Even in the English text, the subtext is there. It's pretty implicit. It's also implicit that they contain the memories too. So they don't have amnesia for the most part. There's certain details that they don't remember though, because they got erased. Zero himself though has all his memories. He remembers how the biometals were made, but the other ones do not remember anything about that. No, Grizzy, it's not about that. It's about spirit.
Yeah.
Indomitable spirit.
Oh, somebody broke with this coat. Lovely. Oh, at the very least, I do want to get one move implant with the zombie golem tonight. Because I think in 30 minutes we're going to call it, because I'm starting to run out of energy.
You guys should kick it in? For me too.
Hang in there, Johnny.
Trying.
I don't believe in you. Just kidding. But yes, no, the biometals, people sometimes ask, what are they? Are they clones of them? Are they just imitations of them? No, I mean, like, the dialogue, both in English and Japanese, heavily... Well, in the English, they heavily imply it has the souls of Zero and X and the Guardians. And in the Japanese, they outright say it. In the English, they use the word consciousness for the biometals, to my recollection. And for YO or Model W, they outright use the word soul. So...
Yep. It's pretty explicit
I don't
for Model W.
I mean, just honestly, like, when it comes to a game like this, I don't see us as resurrecting Zero when he stayed dead, because they resurrected him anyways as a talking rock in ZX. Like, all we did was just fill in some gaps. That's the way I look at it.
We're just borrowing him before his next resurrection.
What do we call this? Just call it stand. It's fine.
Model W... Human spite and human greed. That's what Model W is. That's carried on from Weil, which is carried on from Sigma, which is carried on from Wily.
Well, technically, I think Weil became that tiny rock when Ragnarok exploded, because he was hooked up to it during that 0-4 fight, and just... He can't die. And he did say he can't die, right?
I am Ragnarok now.
Basically,
I cannot die.
Yeah, there's some stuff we address in terms of... Well, I don't know what to say without risking spoilers, but
TLDR, we cover a lot of the missing gaps for both the Z series as a whole and the ZX series to explain and fix a lot of the issues.
Yeah, while this is a game that takes place in between 04 and ZX, the plot of this game is very much about looking at past, present, and future. It covers a lot of stuff. Doesn't cover everything, I'm just gonna say. I don't want anyone to, like, expect certain things to be addressed and they get disappointed if they don't see what they expected, right? But we do expand upon certain characters' past and future. I'll put it that way.
I mean, Albert was a puppet, just like Thomas is a puppet, just like Serpent was a puppet, just like Weil was a puppet. Yeah, they're all puppets.
Interquel is an interesting word. That's new to my vocabulary. It's
intermediate sequel.
It's an interesting way to put it for sure. Like,
I'm stealing it.
Blame you. Yeah, if anyone's been listening to this playlist of this game's soundtrack on these live streams, you've probably noticed a lot of homages to a bunch of themes, and a lot of that is intentional. Especially when it comes to cutscene themes, those homages were for a reason.
I mean, consider this, Prometheus. What do the rocks taste like?
Excuse me?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
I believe you.
Thank you.
Is that a question you think, like, the Mega Man asked themselves? Do you think that's a question, how do you pronounce it? Floof? Ask himself?
I mean, if you're supposed to study the rocks, you know, the question is always, what does it taste like?
You see, now I'm imagining a tennis match, but replace the tennis ball with a biometal. And it's Zero. It's Model Z.
Can biometals puke?
I'm sure they can feel like it. Just remember, Johnny, the intrusive thoughts always win.
They do. They do. Prometheus, it's a complicated discussion. He wasn't exactly entirely mad at the robot body. He was mad at being betrayed by the human government. That's his issue. He had a plan to bring all the Reploids under the control of the humans, but they basically said, no, get out, bye. And so he went kind of cuckoo. He convinced them to give him the body, and
Now, you see what happened?
Yeah.
Is one day, while he was eating lunch, CL's great-great-great-grandmother bullied the ever-living hell out of him. And at that point, he decided he would get revenge. The only way he knew how.
She put mayonnaise on my sandwich, and she knows I hate mayonnaise.
She knows I'm allergic
So
to mayonnaise.
So I nuked her hometown.
You know, sensible action. I'm a sensible
Right.
individual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is an insult to him, but at the same time, like, he's still human, and he maintains that he's human.
Well, I think he's taking a lot of creative liberties with the definition.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was mainly, just to mess with Zero. Wile is the type of character that plays mind tricks on people.
Can you even... Are you even capable of it? There we go. My bad.
Do you see this pain? You'd never understand any of it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I gotta write that down.
Write what down?
Thought wiggle.
Hmm. I need to update this test room. This solid color does not please me.
It does not spark joy.
No, sir. No, sir, it does not.
It's complicated. It's like Zero waking up. Okay, so first off, we had the issue of the Z1 game was made before Z2 and Z3 were even an idea, right? The second part is that clearly Copy X dying was part of the plan, according to Weil. Because as soon as that happened, a bunch of chain reaction things set off, which led to X being stabbed, which sent the ship that was in outer space crash landing so Weil could rescue Omega. How he managed to do that? It doesn't really explain. It feels like odd convenience, right? He could just be the hyena who's taking advantage of the situation as things happened. But he's also a man of machinations. So it's hard to look at that and not think he planned some of it. But it's strange because if that's the case, then he planned his own demise by bringing back Zero. It's a whole mess, to be honest. Yeah, like hyena. Opportunistic villain. But that goes against his character, which is that of a methodical planning villain. I guess both can exist at the same time. It's complicated. Yeah, maybe he expected Zero to die from the Guardians. He didn't expect the Guardians to not kill him after Copy X died. Maybe? I don't know.
Do you suppose he underestimated Zero's strength? Just as a whole?
Possibly. And in the same vein, underestimated the humanity within the Guardians. Prometheus, he didn't have zero resources. I need you to think about this. Where does the Z3 stage take place in? The final stage? And then you need to look at where they end up in the final battle. Which means that stage was above that area. And if he had this entire lab, that means he had resources. And he didn't just magically build this in like 3 months. It was there for a while.
If you recall, when you beat Zero Two, they tease Weil at the very end with a conversation. I think it was a conversation between him and Omega. Don't quote me on that. I might be misremembering, but he was talking, and they show that final stage from 03.
Yep, they show the door. Like, either by accident or by intention, he already had a whole bunch of resources available to him before he took office, so to speak.
What is he, the president?
He ended up becoming the president, technically. Grit. No, Grizzy. No. Copy X was a child.
Literally, in addition to figuratively. He's he was definitely under the age of 18.
Yeah.
So technically Zero did murder a child, but technically it was self-defense.
With extreme
technically
prejudice.
the child eliminated himself because he blew himself up. You know, by choice.
Yeah, he could have survived.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
He didn't have to transform into the giant thing, and then he didn't have to blow himself up afterwards either.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Grizzy, play Z1 again. Read the subtext. Look how old CL is. Look how old, like, the Copy X has to be if CL made him. He's a child. He's a baby. He's a little bit bigger than a toddler. Just a little bit.
Yeah, you have to put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he does act like a kind of entitled child in the game. Like, yeah, checks out.
I'm the perfect copy. How dare you?
I'm better than you guys ever were, because I'm cooler.
I'm the hero, not you. Fight me.
I will.
And he took a big fat L. No, Grizzy. No. He is a perfect copy of X. The problem is that X grew up and had to fight through trial and tribulation to become the impressive man that he is. Copy X was just handed the achievements and told, you're this great person. That's the difference. Copy X is an example of what Dr. Light feared would happen if the humans in the future just recklessly copied X, which is really what happened, to be honest. It's also what he feared would happen if he didn't train X with the morality machine.
Mm-hmm.
That is a wild theory, Prometheus. Vile. Nah.
I've never heard that theory before. That is, that's curious.
That's crazy. Mega Man Crazies is factually correct. That is a bizarre theory.
Mm-hmm.
That must have been fun.
But that's just a theory. A game theory.
Rest in peace.
I won't miss him. But that's another conversation.
Fair. So it was like showing her a picture of Gohan and Goku, and she said, yeah, they're the same. Yeah, I feel you. Hmm. Bardogging. Yeah.
That is a... Okay, to me it's like, okay, if you're gonna make that comparison, you might as well make the comparison between people thinking Sonic and Shadow look the same.
I mean, apparently Gunn thought they were the same.
I don't know how that plot point makes sense unless they originally intended Shadow to look a lot like Sonic.
They probably like intended like dark blue for Shadow, but they just made him black instead.
Yeah,
Red.
yeah, it's just...
He's not edgy enough. Let's make him black and add some red. There we go. You faker.
Whoa. That looks very wrong.
Yeah. Thank you, Power Rangers. Good luck, Prometheus. Good luck.
No, don't do that. Oh my god, stop. Where's this sprite? $107 over 10, not 8. Okay, that explains it. I think that looks better, but let me see how it looks when it hits the bottom. Okay. It's, why is it down there? Ah, whatever, we'll figure that out later. Just want to see if this actually makes sense from a gameplay standpoint of view. I know the feeling.
Mm-hmm.
In fairness, some pieces of media label X as Mega Man, so kind of makes sense.
He's a Mega Man. That's the problem, is that they use that as the label for the main character.
Yeah, I mean, I think X3 outright just calls him Mega Man.
Mm-hmm. Like, Zero's also a Mega Man in Mega Man Zero.
And then Albert's like, you could all be Mega Man.
We're all Mega Man now. I am a half Mega Man.
Yeah.
Let's give everybody a Keyblade.
Sure.
I'm Sora, you're Sora, he's Sora.
It's like that line from the Incredibles.
If everyone's super, nobody is.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You're Gundam. Wow. I am all the Jedi.
I am the Senate.
Let's
Help us, Mega Man.
see. Okay, Light. Yeah, I think you've had too much to drink tonight. I'll have Roll drive you home.
Just a few more.
No, you're done.
Otto, beer protocol.
Please no. I'd rather you not.
You need to stop that wily Mega Man.
Oh,
Dr.
no.
Light just turns into Rick,
Please no.
but less cynical.
Hold on, what's the map button? No? Is this? No. I don't want to play with GBA resolution. This. There we go. No, I don't want to go to the desert. There we go. Okay, that kind of works. We can't override on dead, can we? I guess technically we can.
Stop right there, Maverick Scum. What if No. If Copy X was back, he'd just be a puppet for a while. That's it. He'd be beyond stuttering. He wouldn't be able to form sentences.
I'm just imagining him being stuck in his Seraphim form, but he keeps on blasting through walls when people least expect, like the Kool-Aid Man.
But he speaks like he is having a stroke.
Yep.
He's like Hobo Sigma, but a lot bigger. I'm coming for you, Zero.
Oh God.
Zillow, I am hero. Die.
Well, okay, since you asked nicely. Okay, I think this works. Sculpin wanted to test if we replace, like, having hangable surfaces with this boss fight with the thing Vile did in X3, where he creates a surface that you could then wall jump on as he kind of rams you. Now, I definitely need to tweak this, because obviously this is very rough around the corners, but concept itself, I think, works.
I have a thought wiggle.
Okay.
Didn't the Golem in Z1 use a laser to make surfaces?
Not make surfaces. He used it. Well, he would laser the ceiling, and then chunks of the ceiling would come falling to you.
Yeah, so like, he could have just lasered the ceiling and caused a stack of blocks to neatly fall down before fully banning it.
Well, the thing is, we already do that for the Centaur Golem.
Giddy up, horsey.
And I want to keep that. I want to keep it unique per Golem, you know. Not here. Where is the freaking Golem? Oh, it's because the background's set to the sky right now when it's not supposed to be. It's okay. Yeah. Instead of lasering the ceiling, he just rams into it like a bad man.
Oh, that's not what I meant, but yeah, okay.
He is a jumpy boy. I think his hitbox isn't working because I'm not. Oh, I forgot I gave myself invincibility. Never mind. I was like, why am I not getting hit? Is something broken? That hurt me. He does go, yeah, he's very happy to see you, and he wants to hug you really bad. He's just expressing his joy to see Zero.
Can you get crushed?
No. So, if you get crushed by the blocks, it inflicts damage and destroys the block. It doesn't insta-kill you. It originally did, and it was incredibly frustrating.
Yay.
Oh my god, Zero, I'm a big fan. Can you sign my lands? Yeah, this fight's actually, like, very simple but very fun, to be honest. Like, someone DM me? Ah, never mind.
I call it the Mono Rod.
Excuse me? The Mono
Triple
Rod?
Mono Rod, yeah.
Because of his lance?
Yeah.
I suppose that's fair. Yeah, no, this is actually, like, a pretty fun fight in practice. Oh, what? Is the Posmeti broken? Apparently the Posmeti's broken. Okay.
Yay.
Good to know. Not like I needed it for anything.
It's perfect.
It's fixed? No. Whatever, I'll fix that later. It happens. That's actually a really fun fight. Simple, but, like, actually challenging. I'm actually rusty. Oops.
It's not a skill tree.
Well, that's skill trees?
He thought it was a skill tree. It's not a skill tree.
No.
It's just a list of his moves.
You can turn on and off the moves you get. Like in some video games.
They kind of act like EX skills, but they're more like special weapons. It's a bit of a mixed bag. Yeah, no, there's no skill tree. Skill tree would be insane.
You don't got time for that. I get paid enough for this. You want a dialogue tree chew for every conversation?
We'll just make this Mass Effect.
What, I was gonna say Fallout 4, but that works too. I'm not gonna do it unless we make all the dialogue like Oblivion. Actually, don't know how much health this guy. Oh, never mind. Oh, I need to replace that explosion with a new one. Yeah, medieval is definitely. I think it's fitting. Because he is a centaur golem, after all. And, oh, the music broke. Nice.
There's gonna be more than 3 chips, but yeah, 3 different slots, chips you can equip to them.
Yeah, I'm just gonna skip to the end.
Yoink.
Yeah, I'll just say, like, I still think, like... Wait, why am I here? Why am I down here? I want to be up there. I'm just gonna say I think this background looks beautiful. I still think this background is... Oh god, yeah, let's leave me alone.
Squiddy.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's I don't think I would put as my desktop wallpaper.
Technically, if you used a wallpaper engine, you could make it parallax.
Does it support like programming the layers?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah.
He's not getting weapons from bosses, he's getting abilities.
X is the one that gets weapons, I would say.
Yeah. It's not the armor system, it's a combination of the elf system and the form system from Z2 and Z3. And it's kind of borrowing a little bit of Z4.
Yeah, Sculpin, if you do end up watching this, I'd say this system does work. Obviously, you're gonna need to make him actually throw the thing and make it grow and have all the. But I'd say let's go with this instead of what we had before.
You remember those things in Z1 that grew out the ground?
No.
In the first stage? After the intro stage?
Grew out the ground?
Mm-hmm.
Aztec Falcon stage?
Yeah. That way you don't have to make him throw things. You can have set places where they pop out the ground.
Well,
that way you can pin the player, stick them between 2 areas. You can copy some of the stuff that's learned from Necromantis.
I mean, I think it's fine to have him. I'm drawing a blank. Shoot it out, because we already animated it anyways. He's gonna like open his mouth up, and there's a giant little cannon. He's gonna spat a grenade, and it's gonna do its thing. So yeah.
All right.
Does the room editor have a stroke? Nothing's drawing now. That's not a good sign. Well, this one's still fine, so whatever. Not a big deal. Color scheme makes you think of Metal Slug, huh? I mean, I think these are the. It's the same palette as the 01 Golem, I want to say. I could double check, but I think it's the same. Well, maybe not exactly the same, but don't think these were like based off of Metal Slug. Yeah, it's called a cool design. It's the idea is that this golem's been guarding this place for the past 100 years, in spite of it being abandoned, and so he's no longer in his prime, but he's damn loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Not you, not you, not you, not you, not you, not you. Where are you at? Okay, it's not exactly like the one in 01. I'm misremembering because yeah, this is a bit more saturated. But yeah, I don't know where the palette's based off of. Sculpin might have mentioned to me. I might have forgotten. But yeah, I mean, I like the design. Yeah, exactly. It's it is, but for all intents and purposes, a MMZ era golem that you never got to face off in the 0 games, but it did exist back then. Um, well, regardless, I do need to get some sleep. I have work in the morning, so I think we're gonna call the night for the stream.
So, Mimi's.
Thank you all for watching. Oh, that's the wrong tab. There we go. Thank you all for watching. Hope to see you next Sunday. You all enjoy the rest of your night. Take care.
Get some rest. Stay safe. Don't get lost.
Don't do anything I would.